Hello, how are you doing today? So I guess I'm supposed to call you all cheerleaders after last week because of what y'all did. And I don't even think you know what you did. But it's official because I'm paying somebody to make it official. So get ready for that. How is everybody doing today? Let me know in the chat. Good news, though, with all of the reckless abandon that is in my brain right now, because I have enough muscle relaxers in my leg to make me feel nothing with the storms going through. I'm not alone. I have chaperones. We have a cat, Leo, and a Megan.
Hello.
Which is a good thing because, like, seriously, like, I'm not high, but my leg kind of is. So it's going to be one of those days. If I jump up and disappear at any point in time, we are having some severe weather moving through the area. Hopefully, we're just going to get more flooding, which is like a sad thing to say, but I would rather the floods than the sky kaiju that might also happen, or the like giant hail that they're worried about, because we've almost paid off our car. Please, Sky, don't destroy it. Please. Please. But I'm currently broadcasting from an island in the middle of the heartland, so it's going to be a fun kind of day. I have not written much today. I did not write anything yesterday, so I've got a lot of words that I want to get because I am so far behind in where I want to be, because I want to get this book finished before the end of the month. I mean, it's not like that much. I'm on, what, chapter 8, I think? There are only 12 chapters in this novella. I'm in chapter 7. I'm almost done with chapter 7. So, not that far away from the end, kind of technically. Don't come at me. But hopefully I will be able to get closer to that today. I'm going to be trying to dictate so that I can get there quicker, if my mind will participate with this. Who knows? What are the rest of you all doing? Let me know. Starting with those on the screen who wish to opine.
Hi, I'm Kat, and I'm an idiot, and I have to write a 10-page paper tonight and do its research.
That's just kills me.
Relatable.
Yeah.
Well, my professor did give permission for us to turn it in after tomorrow, but I want to have as much of it done as possible by my 8 a.m. exam tomorrow.
Yeah.
So basically, I want it done tonight.
That makes sense. I am going to be working on my outline for my novel, trying to figure out what happens next in the story. I'm a little stuck, but we will get through it. I just have to delve into religion a little bit, which is an awkward topic for me.
I feel so called out by this because I remember us talking about the subplot. I remember like discussing it, but I don't remember even like much of yesterday. So I want to be helpful.
No.
Before I get into chat, did y'all notice my lights are here? They're not installed properly yet because the brackets and braces that are supposed to hold them in place were not in the package. Instead, I got an extra cord that connects to nothing because the actual power strip only has one like plug-in. So like if anything happens to the plug, I have another one. But I don't actually have the brackets that are supposed to hold them in place. So the hubby contacted them to see what they're going to do about it. I wanted to see how they looked, so I turned them on, and I kind of like them. I kind of like it. I think they'll look better when they're like aimed down instead of up. But hey, I also am very confused because I look at them and they're very green. They're very green right now. I look at them on camera and they're very like cayenne to teal. I love my camera. It does magic. And I never know what anything's going to look like until I turn it on. So, but okay. Before I get into chat, one last thing. I am planning a pathworking ritual for the new moon because there's just been way too much everything lately. And I've gotten out of the habit of doing this, and I want to be doing that. So basically, long story short, trying to bring good things into the world through intention and all of the spookies. If anybody would like me to include them or any specific things into into it, please let me know before the new moon. I don't need to know like way ahead of time, because there's literally just like a place where we discuss intentions. So I can just like add them to the list. But if anybody wants to be included in that, I will do that, because things have been weird around here. Like y'all know, with like the things flying off the shelves and everything else, like it's been a weird time. And we just want a little balance, a little harmony, a little goodness in our lives. So I have gotten out my library of books of correspondence and am putting together a thing to hopefully help, if nothing else, alleviate my own psychic trauma. Because the greatest thing about ritual work is whether or not anything actually happens in the real world, which often stuff does, it at least helps like deal with a lot of the internal issues that you're having in your own brain. I highly recommend it for that, as long as you know what you're doing and you don't get yourself in trouble. Please, I'm tired of the spiritual 911 calls. Thank you. All right. Having said all that, hello, Stephanie. How are you doing today? Hello, Megan, doing the double duty in the chat. Hello, Diana. How are you doing today with the go? Bye-bye. Hello, Rose. How are you doing today? Hope everything is well with you. You have so many questions about Vela, but you're making tacos right now, maybe next week. I have read through all the stuff that's available. I have been in random contact with them. So if any questions that you have, I will try to answer them, because I can tell you from experience, it's really hard to get Amazon to answer anything. Hello, Amber.
Hi. Is my hair tell you exactly how my day's been going?
Yeah, that message that you sent, like, it's very rare that I just send a one-word response to somebody, but I just, like, yeah. Like, just, damn.
Yeah. Well, it's the part wasn't going to be ready till Friday, and they finally found one that they're going to be able to fix the camper tomorrow. And thank God it's $1,500 versus $2,200, but still less money. Like that's half my savings right now. So I don't know what to do. So Bob's gonna leave at 5 o'clock in the morning, drive the 31 hours, pick up the camper, and come back. I don't know.
All the joy. So whether she wants it or not, Amber will be added to the new moon ritual that I'm going to be performing, because whether she wants it or not, she needs some good juju in her life, and I'm going to make sure that it happens.
Yeah. I'll take coffee donations and some good juju right now. I'm needing it both. Like, shit.
If memory serves, it's coffee.com/ambercraft.
Amber S. Craft.
Amber S. Craft. Yep. Couldn't remember if the S was in there or not.
Yep.
So definitely, if you can help out. Yo ho ho, and a bottle of rum. And a bottle of Dr. Pepper. I like the way you're thinking, except for, having to be the contrarian that I am. I'm a Mr. Pibb kind of person. Don't know why. I guess it's just Pibb now. I like the Pibb.
I'm just looking at that whiskey going, the Sprint Time Whiskey Sour is coming out.
I kind of did my best not to get into the liquor yesterday, because I was like, I have not had a hangover in probably 20 years, but no, we're just gonna let the painkillers do the work. There's so many goals for this evening. Rubs hands together. What's everybody working on? You won Nano last week? That's awesome. So you went to see how much you can write in a month. That is always a fun and dangerous thing. I know my cap is 98,000 words. I can do 98,000 words in a month if I really commit myself to actually getting stuff done. But I also have to basically cloister myself like the little monk that I am at heart and tell everybody to GTFO my life.
Yep.
But I can do that if needs be. It's just not easy. And especially now that I've got a comfy chair. I'll just live in this room. Get all the words. All of them. Hello, Devin. It is officially a stream now that the Tugwaddle is here. And Anthology, you have 2 stories and came out today? Yes.
Nice.
Yay!
If you want to put a link, if you haven't
The link
already.
is in the.
Yeah, there it
in
is.
the- yeah.
Definitely want to check that out. That is so exciting. That is awesome. Yes, congrats. That is awesome. That just, I can't wait till I can say, I remember when. I just can't wait for it because, I find it almost impossible to imagine myself getting famous, but I've read a lot of y'all's work and I'm just saying I can imagine that. And I don't mind being the person in the background going, I remember when, because that's been my life so far. That is so exciting. Hello, CB. You are assembling the bed city because you got surprised earlier today by a bee. Yeah, I don't know if I'm allergic to bees. I've never been allergic to bees, but I got... Now, this is an ecumenical matter that many people have argued about. A would-be landed on my arm, did something. Whether it was a sting or a bite, people argue about, and I was sick for a week and a half.
Ooh.
Yep.
But I don't know. So I try to avoid the stinging insects, just in case. Investigating the bee visit. Yeah, we have wasps get in our house a lot, and we also have frogs get in the house all the time. They ride the dog into the house. We have to be very careful and inspect the dog because she'll just we let her out into the yard. She comes back in, and they're like frogs. They're just like, we're gonna go die now. The cats are gonna eat us. Like, no, stop feeding my cats.
No.
Cats don't eat frogs.
Ew.
Did you give the bee a name?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. I personally am a much bigger fan of Isadora, but that's the kind of puns I like.
Oh, it's a puppy.
It's a puppy.
As often as you wrote chat comments, yeah. Oh yeah, I really wonder what it would be if I included my chat comments and correspondence.
Oh yeah.
On top of that, because I know I'm probably doing a Millwordy a year. If you include all that, but you named it B. Arthur. Yes, name it B. Arthur. Yes, my spirit calls out to her because one of these days I'm going to be a gorgeous old lady, and I'm just going to be like, "Hi everybody, how you doing?" It's going to be wonderful. I love it.
It'd be even better if you did it with those long 1960s cigarette holders.
Oh yeah. The best thing is I can't think of B. Arthur without thinking of her musical number from the Star Wars music holiday special, which is a train wreck. But if you haven't seen B. Arthur singing in a cantina, look it up. I don't know why it exists, but it does, and it's a career highlight. I'm just gonna say ooh. I don't know who thought that was a good idea on any account, but it exists. You are a bit allergic. It swells. Yeah. I didn't have any breathing issues. I just hallucinated for 3 days and had flu-like symptoms for a week. So they don't know what it was. What happened? There was a bee hit me, and I was in Neverland. It's not fun. Let's see. Interesting. This one. Reaction. Got her shot, so shrug. Hey. So they buzz off. That's just because I grew up on He-Man, and they had a couple bug-themed characters, and they always found a way for them to say as many words with S's that they could stress out with Z's. That was my childhood. This is what passed for humor, everybody.
Wait, I missed the Laura comment.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
My mom tried to give my puppy a bath for the first time today. She ended up as wet as he did. That's funny.
Our doggy, when we bathe her, gives us the look of
Frog time.
like acceptance. Like, this is what I imagine people look like on their way to the gallows. Like, I cannot resist you. You will just carry me back. But I thought you loved me. And like the whole time, she just gives you that, but I thought you loved me look. That just kind of breaks your heart like the whole time. And then when you get her out and you dry her off, she just goes over in the corner and just stares at you like, I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends. And if you get close to her, she just goes and just whimpers like, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Like, girl, you are a drama queen. You're definitely my dog. Trying it in bug spray. That's how I treat all spiders because arachnophobe. Hopefully, I won't stop playing Valheim when the spiders show up. Alrighty. So, if I was a smart person, I would have set this up ahead of time. But you know me.
Oh, hey, random thing. My day in Stardew Valley's done.
Nice. Where are you? There you are. Come on. Whoa, dang it. Unicorn timer!
Yes.
Alrighty. Because
I wonder what color I'm gonna.
oh no. Sorry, my browser actually hung for a minute when I flipped things. I was like, no, my internet's going out. No, please, no. All right.
I'm not in the mood to work on my stuff, so I think I'm gonna read Chandra's story and work on it.
I understand. I completely understand.
I have a feeling I'm getting drunk tonight.
Again, understand.
Yes.
Like, given the day that you've had, yes. I completely understand that. So, I'm going to give the only vote to Cad. 15 or 25 minutes. How do you want to get started? 25. All right. So, let's do this. Because this is my good deed for the week. I'm helping somebody get their schoolwork. Oh, I just heard a boop. I left the screen and I heard a boop. Chandra!
Hello.
And Amber disappeared.
Yeah, I have a device not connected. There it is.
There
Yeah, I
you
don't know what happened. The dog started playing and I disappeared. I don't know.
You said Chandra's name. She showed
Oh,
up
no.
like a thunder god from the heavens. Like,
And knocked me
lightning
the fuck
striking,
out.
knocking people. Like, oh, if I'm going to be mentioned, I might as well just be here. Bam! Excuse me.
Well, that's why I was like, yeah, work was like serious today, and then it got hot all of a sudden. I was like, I need a shower.
No, I was just saying I had this shit day, so I'm gonna work on your story instead of my own.
Oh, I looked at some of the notes, and then I was like, but then it made me want to actually work on the story some more. So I was like, not until I finish Nano.
It's little stuff. You're good.
Hi, Devin.
Always with the queen hand, but you gotta love the queen hand. All right.
I swear my hair is cute in person. On camera, not so much. In person, it's fab.
I think it looks adorable.
That's it.
I love
It
it.
looks fab now.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
We have to
Love it. I'm just
Laura's
saying.
comment.
I'm just gonna put a moratorium on bad hair comments because if I hear many more, I will go find a beanie. I'm just saying, like, I am so not happy with any of this right now. Like, I washed it and it came out looking like steel wool, and I'm just like, oh god. Like, I'm turning into that person. I need to feel good enough to have Shay do the hair. I'm just saying.
There.
All right.
But before we get started, we have to do Laura's comment about the mallow.
Ooh, that one.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just be excited about this.
Yes. I'm glad you said something. I missed that because I saw the Queen Chandra, and I actually thought that was this one. Again.
Sorry, I disrupted the flow.
Oh no, it's fine. Okay, as I've tried to explain to people many a times, I have the attention span of a goldfish who somebody gave speed to. So easily distracted. I'm worse than the dog from Up. It's a problem I've learned to live with. So I'm gonna go with the color of at least the ice shards in my heart, the icy blue on the bottom, because yes.
Orange.
Purple.
Green.
Alrighty. Make sure that you have opened your documents. Make sure you're saving your documents, because we had a really scary report of it the other day of Scrivener not auto saving and people losing words. So hit that Command S, hit that Control S, save. Just like make it a keystroke that you just randomly do while you're working. I know I do, and my laptop hates me for it. You can always tell how long I've had a laptop by how much of the key is left for the Command and the S key. I'm just saying, like, you can judge the age by how much I've flaked off from just hitting them so many times. Alrighty, let's get started on this sprint in a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, and go! I think I forgot to share the sound. Ooh, I won.
Oh hell! The Charlie win.
I was trying to figure out. I love how when there's bad weather around here, like they do everything they can to keep us calm. Like simply put up and send an alert to the phone that says things like, "Oh, most of the area is now under a severe weather warning." Oh, warning! That means it's here. I thought it already moved past us. Are we here? I don't know. I have to read your article and scroll past all of your stupid ads because you didn't put a picture in to show where the freaking warnings were. I'm not salty at all. I think most of it's past us though. So I was showing Kat and Megan before the stream started the river in my neighbor's yard because it rains, we flood. It's fun. It's the way of things. I got, I don't know, a couple hundred, let's see, about 210 words, well, 240 words? Math is hard. About 240 words that time. It was awesome because it took me forever to sign into my music app because everything decided to update today. So I had to re-sign into everything. Yay. But hey, I got words and I'm very happy with them. How did everybody else do?
I acquired some books for my bookshelf because I remembered, like, I've been in college for 5 years. I actually have sources on my own bookshelf.
Nice.
Like, I don't even have to go to a library for these. So I have this
I'm my own library.
lovely stack of books right here. And I've also decided that I'm going to write my paper on the view of Amazons changing from ancient times to like modern times. So I'm going to include Wonder Woman.
Nice.
Nice.
So, and like the different portrayals between the comics and like how they're portrayed in the movies as well.
Don't forget the period that she was forced to be a secretary because women needed to know their role.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The
And
late
and
60s
the
Wonder Woman. Yeah.
And the TV show.
And the TV show.
Because she
Which
was a secretary.
Yes. Oh, no, she was just the secretary. She actually, in the comics for about 10 years, gave up being a superhero because that's not proper womanly behavior. And literally, it became like a romance comic for like 10 years in the 60s.
God.
What?
I didn't know that.
It's hard to remember like the history of Wonder Woman because she was the third superhero ever published. So like her history
is
way back. And yeah, there was a brief period of time where they stopped like having her be actual superhero, and she just like dutifully did what the men's told her to do because society.
Lovely.
Wonder Woman would never do that. She was raised as an Amazon.
Actually,
Also,
I do believe that like the way they got out of that was when they realized, oh crap, this was bad. I think they retconned that whole thing that she was like under some sinister mind control the whole time.
See, and that's more than I was thinking. I was thinking, well, she did lose her love, you know, her fighter pilot, so maybe she was just in mourning for 10 years.
Oh no, she was like totally like it basically became.
She was not an Amazon at that time.
For anybody who remembers Ally McBeal, basically the comics became Ally McBeal. Like she was the goofy girl in the office who like tried to cover up her superpowers by always dropping things and being klutzy because, oh, that's so cute. And nobody's going to suspect that she has powers. Kind of bewitchy in a way. Like it's of that same era of Bewitched where it's just like, I can't let anybody know that I'm magic. So I'm going to just like play up all the silly girl tropes so I don't get in trouble. Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna also grab I think it's in the Iliad where they mention the Iliad or the Odyssey, one of the two of them mention Amazons in it at one point or another because an Amazon fought in the Trojan War.
I think it's the Iliad.
Yeah.
I think it's the Iliad too.
I think it's the Iliad.
And I'm also gonna go through and see like if I have any other books and stuff that have it, because so this is the book my professor had us do. We got to pick one of 4 or 5 books to pick what our topic was going to be from, just to put us on the right path to something that she knew we could actually research.
Mhm.
And mine was the Amazon's Lives and Legends of Warrior Women Across the Ancient World. So, like, Amazon women were actually most likely from Scythia.
Scythians are amazing people.
Yeah. So I think I'm also going to use some information about the queen, one of the queens of Scythia, because I also have Boccaccio's Famous Women. So
The Scythians were also very interestingly very strong worshippers of a female who led their pantheon. And that's where the myth of Attis comes from. Attis was her son who castrated himself so he could worship his mother better. It's a long story, you know them Greeks. I'm told it makes sense if you understand the original culture, and I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I love you, Mom. Here's my no, no. But it did explain why to be a priest of hers, you had to be a castrati. It's the origin story for that.
That sounds delightful.
I am playing Stardew Valley right now, by the way.
Her cult was so powerful, it ended up kind of taking over Rome, and all of the Roman emperors actually went to her temple when they were inaugurated, when they were coronated, to pay honor to her.
Nice.
She's an interesting one. How did you
So-
do, Megan?
I got 217 words added to my outline, so I'm making progress. I had to kind of just write, and there will be something happening here, and then just moved on because I was so stuck.
I warned that I was going to do the gay clap at some point. I'm giving it to you because you're living up to like my everything. Please be better than me. I can't let myself do that. I try. Just, I don't know. Stuff happens. Move on. You're actually being better than me.
I'm gonna regret it when I come back to it later, but for now it works.
You never know, because a lot of times if I do, those few moments I do, later something happens like, oh crap, I need to justify that earlier. Oh wait, there's that something happens part in my album that I can go and fill in
Good
now.
point.
Yay. So
That always happens to me, but when I'm already in the middle of writing.
why I've outlined all 5 books, hoping that I will not be like, oh crap, I really should have brought that up in book 1.
This is my life.
See, I probably should have done that. I'm 4 books in, but I didn't. So,
Especially because I'm wanting to serialize these, so they're going to be like coming out like chapter by chapter. So I really won't. I mean, I could go back and retcon something, but that's a really like not a nice thing to do. Like, oh, by the way, you need to reread chapters 5 through 12 because they're different now.
It's my bad. Sorry.
Whoopsie.
So that is why I've set aside my other 2 books, which are book 1 and 2 of my series, my trilogy. I think it's a trilogy. We hope. And it's because the timeline is trash and there's things that I need to go back and rewrite. Because, hindsight being what it is, I now see the error of my ways.
yeah, you need to get like a timeline Excel for each book, and I've got that and a character sheet, even though I've got it all on paper. Like, I've got it all on Excel. So you can be like, did I say this? Did I remember this? Is this in this book?
One of these
Can't
days,
reference something that's in your head, not your book.
one of these days when there are not so many spoilers on it, I'm going to do a video of diving into one of my timelines in Aeon Timeline, because there's like everything going on in the world, everything going on for each of the characters, and everything going on in all the locations, and then the plot of the book. These are separate tracks because I overdo everything.
That's what I like
Better
about
than-
Aeon. Like, it lets you have different spots to do all that, because it would just be one jumbled mess.
Yeah. Well, also, when I started writing the series, I didn't know it was going to be a series. I thought it was just a book. And then I got to the end of it, and I was like, but inspiration. And shouldn't we just chase that shiny thing over there? And so I chased, and here I am suffering.
Me too. I thought I was working on a book, and then it became a trilogy, and now it's a pentalogy with the little stub hanging off the end because it's now 5.5 books. That leads
Yeah.
into like a total 23 book series, but hey,
You're like, but that's separate. And
one thing at a
together.
time. This is 5.5 books. We're fine. We're fine.
Charlie, you sound like me. I'm like, on the next series that I do, but then I've got like 12 books already planned out for this series. So whenever that happens,
Like,
So I got 294 words, and I'm having a lot of fun with my villain. I really enjoy his particular brand of just evilness.
Nice.
I'm having a really tricksy thing with this story because, like I said, I'm like 7 out of 12 chapters in, and it has a hidden villain
Ooh,
that we don't
love it.
actually get to see till the end. But I'm having to make sure that like the things are there. Like you can see the invisible hand of the villain doing terrible and dastardly things to them, hopefully, but not in a way that like when you get to the end, you're just like, duh. Like hopefully at the end, you're just like, oh no. Like hopefully, like I want the full-on Kevin McAllister face slap. Like if I can pull that off, I did the book justice.
so you're
If-
wanting a Four Horsemen, like the guy at the end. You're like, wait, what?
Because hopefully, like I think I've set it up. I think that's true for like every book in the series. Like I think it has this moment of, oh, that's what we were actually doing. Oh, okay. Yeah. So hopefully, my only hope is I can pull it off, and you're like, oh, so that's what we were actually doing. Awesome, and not just like, oh, they were dead all along. Thank you, boss. You know, I'm not
Thanks.
afraid of J.J. Abrams this. How much whiskey have you had, Amber?
I'm gonna need more. I sat here and argued with the kid on why she couldn't just skip school for a week and go with, and why that wouldn't make sense because she missed a month of school. She's like, oh, I can just miss again. No, we were moving. You technically didn't belong to either school at that point. You've got 3 weeks left of school. You cannot miss a week. It's not the way that
Yeah.
works.
You can always just give her the tantalizing thing. Look into your local school district. I was able to get into a program that I got a get out of school free pass. I had to keep
Yeah,
a straight A
she'll have it.
average.
Yeah. Well, she had A's until we got here, but then they're about to do their STAR testing, and so they're going over everything she learned throughout the year, and she's like, half of this I learned in 6th grade. The other half I haven't learned at all. So I'm pretty much screwed. So she was trying to tell me, oh, well, you and Bob can go, and I'll just stay here for a week by myself. I'm like, no. You're a good kid, but no.
I don't know how much of it is science stuff, but I know the Baldy Cats channel puts a lot of GCSE stuff up on his channel with a lot of really good science explainers, and they're very simple and straightforward. I use them a lot, especially when I'm working on some of my sci-fi ideas to make sure I have the basic principles of things
Yeah,
correct in my head.
Yeah, she was talking about in math, half of what they learned is volume and stuff like that, which she learned in 6th grade. She doesn't remember. And then the other half is banker stuff because she keeps coming in and going, I'm not going to be a banker. I'm sorry, I don't understand any of this.
That's a good
All
thing. The computers will be the
finances,
bankers in the future. Future-proof
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've never heard the original Leslie Gore? Oh my goodness. Leslie Gore is my role model. She was a lesbian singer in the 1950s who refused to give in to the pressure to actually do gendered music. If you actually pay attention to her music, she never sings to her boyfriend ever because she refused to do it because everybody knew she was a lesbian at the time. She is amazing. She is a hero. She is an icon of the movement. And I love her so much. And everybody at least knows her song, It's My Party and I'll Cry If I Want to.
Mm-hmm.
That was also her. Love
But,
Leslie Gore. She is amazing.
I spent about 15 minutes doing that, and then I got 4 pages edited. So that's about all I got done.
Who did the original I Am What I Am? Was it there was so here's how I remember the song. There was an ice skating routine that I watched when I was 5, and it was to I Am What I Am, and that's that specific version of the song.
I don't know. It's gonna bug me.
Jerry Herman.
Sounds about right.
No, listen to that.
Is that one?
Right.
See, the problem is, especially with a lot of songs, once you get back to about before the 60s, many people, when they did their version of it, they changed the name of the song
That could be why I've been having a hard
to
time
emphasize the part that they're like focusing in on. So it's possible that it had a slightly different name previously.
Let's see.
That's gonna bug me.
Yeah, because it says Jerry Herman came out with it in 1983, and then in 1985, Gloria Gaynor came
Gaynor.
out with it. Yeah, but Jerry Herman wrote it and
Gloria
sang it
Gaynor, an
technically
accidental
originally.
gay icon.
Yeah, so an openly gay man wrote it, to her singing it, to then a few years later, Shirley Bassey.
Y'all are better than Google. I just want you to know.
Can I just say, Shirley Bassey does not get any of the love that she deserves from history. Just saying. Oh. CB. The 452 words. I do not have enough snaps. I'm going to run out of snaps tonight.
CB, how much words do you have at this point?
Don't ask, you'll cry.
I think they're doing Milwordy, so probably a little.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, hurt me.
If I remember correctly, she's already hit her 180,000 word goal for the month.
That's what I recall, and I was like, okay, at this point, like if I'm writing, you're also writing, so
Yeah.
And CB, I will just say, because I am a child of the decade, anything Bette Midler does is probably the best version of that.
Mhm.
Just because she's so my heart. She is so my heart. I remember being back in the club and everybody divided between who was the Barbara Streisand people and who were the Bette Midler people because we did not get along. I don't know why. Tribalism. But you had to pick a team, and I'm like, this isn't even hard. Like, Yentl was fun. Funny Girl was nice, but have you seen The Divine Miss M? Seriously, no contest. Diana with the 115 words. That's awesome. It's storming here too. Had to give the dog a CBD. Yeah, I am a big fan of these. We've just gotten this brand, not sponsored, this brand for my puppers. It works so well for Sound of Thunder. I give her one, and she is chilling on her new throne. And I am so happy about it because normally, like a rumble of thunder, and for the rest of the day, I'm holding the shaking dog.
Someone mentioned that to me today, actually, and I was thinking I might try it to help Piper with her anxiety about being crated.
The one thing to
Yeah.
remember about any CBD product, if you or your pet are on any medicine that says do not let them have grapefruit, it can have the same interactions with medications that grapefruit can. It doesn't. So if that is a thing, it doesn't actually have the same component in it. So it's like, if it's not, it doesn't matter if you're allergic to grapefruit. That's not the problem. It can interact in the same ways with the same medicines. So if there's any medicine being taken that specifically says do not consume grapefruit with this, then CBD products are not safe for you.
That's like almost all meds, though.
Yeah, a lot of them. So you have to be
very
careful. Be especially careful if you're on any blood thinners, because it is a blood thinner. It's not a very potent one, but it does tend to thin the blood some, kind of like aspirin does, where it just kind of thins the bloodstream out a little bit. So if you are on a blood thinner, it can cause your blood pressure to drop way too much. So be mindful. This is not medical advice. Please consult a doctor.
I think what you're saying is tell your doctor about any medication you may or may not be taking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a big proponent of CBD and other cannabidiols because they are very helpful. A friend of mine's wife basically had all the cancers, and that's not a simplification. She had all the cancers. She has a genetic disorder that basically causes her cells to go crazy. She had the pancreatic cancer. She had they put her on a high CBN dosage, and so far, once she finished her treatment, her chemo treatment, with that plus the CBN, none of her cancers have returned, and it's been almost 2 years. And basically, she was constantly on chemo because they couldn't cut any more out of her.
Wow.
The cancer would just come back. There's a lot of studies that need to be done to see what we can do with this stuff. Yes, the First Wives Club is like,
I love that movie.
you don't know me. Wonder Woman was kind of the opposite of Pepper Potts. Yeah, she did get there. She got better. She did get better, and then we found out she got cursed as a child, and it was a whole thing. But comics are weird. Hello, Allie. How are you doing? I don't mean to steal that from Bob. Bob, I'm not stealing your thing. I love your thing. But yeah, comics are weird.
Sorry, that was really slow reaction to saying hi to.
How are you doing, Allie? I can't wait. If you haven't heard, Allie is going to be doing Tuber Tuesdays on her streams, which are the same time as my streams, except for on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But on her Tuesday streams, she's going to be having guest hosts on. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, starting next Tuesday with Sako is going to be her first guest, and then going from there. I know I'm on the list to be on there, and I believe Megan is as well. And I don't know if you're still looking for people, but if you're interested, Allie is amazing, and her energy is life. Like I
am also on the list, so
it's exciting.
It's gonna be fun.
I wasn't going to say anything because luckily you weren't there to see me embarrass you, because I said a lot of very, very complimentary things about you when she mentioned that you were on the list. Just saying. I may have talked to you and Megan up a bit. Like not in a bad way and not in a dishonest way, but in a way that both of y'all would. I know Megan was there and she was blushy. I could see it through the keyboard. Like the chat turned red every time she typed words. I'm just saying. You could feel it. All right. I'm going to skim a little bit because I want to get back into a sprint. So
Yeah, my Stardew Valley day is done, so I'm just waiting.
One sub away from 200. Awesome. If you're not subbed to Miss Laura Nettles, please go over there and sub. She is amazing. She does great timers. Her vlogs are amazing. Everything she does is amazing. And her streams are so good. And I wish they weren't later in the day, because I don't get to go to them very often, because usually that's hang out with the hubby time.
And now she has a puppy. Well, she doesn't have the puppy yet, but she almost has a puppy.
There will be puppy timers. Subscribe for the puppy timers. There, you got your get clap. Is everybody hear me now? She's gonna get it. It's going to be amazing. Thank you, Devin, for sharing the channel link. For anybody drinking along at home, the chat just jumped. I repeat, the chat just jumped.
Why am I not drinking along at home?
People do. Is the villain sitting in a chair for the whole thing until the end? No, the villains are actually very involved through the whole thing.
She did it.
Yay!
Laura did it. Check my grammar. I'm not ashamed.
I don't think it's not up in the thing yet. That is awesome. Yay, Laura! To answer the question real quick before the thing actually shows up and I can put it on screen. Yeah, they're doing stuff through the whole story. They're doing stuff through the whole story, and if you're paying attention, you can see the invisible hand of the villain throughout the entire story. It's just they're not visibly, like, they're not showing up twirling their mustache and like, whoa, and like it's just they're causing problems.
Sorry, you just inspired me. I have to go now.
Ooh, I think there is in Lakaja Falls. I think that might be a thing. Hello, Jenna. How are you doing today? I hope all is well. All right, where are we? Ooh, get them vaccines. Don't listen to
Yeah.
Joe Rogan. Don't listen to Joe Rogan. If there's one thing that you can do, two things you can do in life, be better than me and don't take medical advice from Joe Rogan. Go get your vaccines.
Oh, oh man.
Anybody who takes medical advice from Joe Rogan has messed up at some point in their life. I'm just saying. Yay!
Woo-hoo.
Yay! I'm so excited. Ooh, we got Chandra at 92. Can we get Chandra to 100? Anybody who's not subscribed to Chandra, go subscribe. Go
Oh,
subscribe.
I could get my URL. That would be real fun.
Link in the description box below, or
Really?
in the chat, because Devin is awesome. Yes. Let's get her to 100. We can do this.
Yes.
And maybe they will be nice and not dead name her like they did me, because I don't think she has a dead name. Because you can change your name, I think, every 90 days
Mm-hmm.
once you have the URL, and they just automatically set it to my dead name for some reason when I hit 100. It just automatically did it, and they were like, "You changed it. You can't change it back." I'm like, "I never changed it."
They were like, "You're welcome." And you're like, "No, thank you." Like, not thank you, but like, no, thank
Like,
you.
no, this is not what I signed up for. Like,
Can I regift this?
yeah, like, I'm not gonna leave YouTube over it, but I'm really mad at you. Like, can you please not? All right. So, since the Ice Blue won, I'm gonna go and join Megan on.
Purple.
Oh, purple. We shall win this one.
Orange.
Yes.
I'm sticking with green.
My color, I'm going to be selectively colorblind. This is what's going on. Like, Chandra is going to keep saying these color names, and I'm just going to lose track. Like, I already feel colorblind because I turn around and I see green. I look at the camera, I see blue, green, blue, green, blue. I don't know what colors are anymore, thanks to my camera. I'm just going to get completely lost in all of this. I can feel it. Alrighty, make sure that you're taking care of yourself. If you have not been hydrating, do so. It is very, very important. Again, be better than me. If you have not gotten up and moved around, maybe do that. If you have not saved your work, please do it. Don't feed the gremlins. The gremlins are hungry. They want everything. They were taking me off of the internet like all day yesterday because, I don't know, wind or something. Don't feed the gremlins. Save your work. Back it up. Send it to a friend. Send it to a beta reader. Send it to anybody. It's awesome. It's fun. People read. Let's get started on this sprint in 5, 4.
I have a question. Is it acceptable for me to source TV shows for this? Because technically it's a portrayal of an Amazon.
I would.
Okay.
You can, yeah.
I might be watching a lot of random TV.
There is a format for
Like
that
one
in
or
the
two
Chicago
episodes.
Manual of Style.
Okay.
Do
Sorry.
one. And pause. Do one. Go. blue-haired one.
Noise.
For some reason, that just took me to my Juan.
I'm sorry, Watching Trees by 11 Pond is playing, and I was like really feeling it. I'm like, I wonder how long I can just sit here lip syncing before they make me have to come back to the stream. Like, I still got like 2 minutes and 45 seconds left of the song, so I guess I gotta come back. Enjoying the playlist today. So I have finished chapter 7. I'm very excited. I'm on to chapter 8, The Stain of Blood. And really looking forward to it. Like, my main character is so paranoid right now. Like, everything's wrong. She doesn't understand it. She's like, this is not what I signed up for. She's at that moment where, like, granted, they don't have horror movies in this world, but like, she's like, I've read this story. I don't like how it ends. Luckily, I had a feeling she was going to be here, so there's going to be a thing that's going to trap her in the place so that she can't just do what she wants to do and just like eat herself out of the situation. Because it's like her main instinct right now is like, oh, they're doing this here. We got to go. Like, we just got to go. Like, screw the money, we'll get a loan and pay them back. I don't know how, but like, no, I'm done. No. Which is always a fun place to get your characters to. So that's what I did for Maeve. Poor Maeve has been tortured. What did you all do?
Well, I worked on my story outline a little bit more, and so now I'm working on the genealogy section of the story and trying to figure out what she's going to find that's going to help her realize that her grandmother isn't who she says she is.
Ooh.
I know for me, when I was doing family stuff, it was a thing that just did not make sense. And the family had always told me certain things about how our family got to town, got to where we are right now. And for at least one of the lines of the family I was going back on, it kept bending in a different direction. Like they were basically, according to family lore, proud Southerners who were always in the South and went and made their way up north. And as I'm like going through, I'm like, I can find no signs of this, but I find it odd that we have this dude from Indiana who has kids who are all the names of my ancestor and all their siblings, whose wife had the same name, who was born on the exact same dates. Like, there are way too many coincidences here. Let's see if we can figure out, because I think we actually came through Indiana, not through Mississippi. I think y'all are wrong. It really was a glaring like problem, because it's just like, why is everybody going back to Indiana? Like, why? We're going the wrong way, people. Like, this is not. Okay, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
So things like that could stick out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Because she wouldn't know the family lore at all, right? Because it's not her family. So little bits of information like that would start adding up, and like, Grandma, I don't think you told the truth.
Yeah.
So when I ran and disappeared for a minute, it's because I was making Caitlin read over my assignment thing to be like, does this say anything about me not being able to use visuals? Because I found several like TV shows that I didn't even consider. Like, one of them is a show I've actually seen. It's a cartoon. It's called Huntic. The Huntic Secrets and Seekers, which I have seen this show before. I just didn't even consider it, but it has Amazons in it. And also, I need to find a copy of A Midsummer Night's Dream. And because I want to use like the Wonder Woman movie and look at some of the stuff from the TV show, at how the Amazons are portrayed in those, I figure it would be best if I actually had pictures, because those would actually help my argument, and then I could reference directly back to the image.
Yeah.
I
Well, you've
also
also got the classics like Xena and Beastmaster and things like that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if Xena was. I was trying to remember if Amazons were mentioned in Xena, but
they
I
are.
just get to Lucy Lawless and get lost because life goals.
The only thing I could see the professor having an issue with is if they said it has to be a certain page length, which you could get around just by adding the pictures in an appendix.
Also, my professor just sent me an email that yes, I am allowed to use visuals because at the beginning of the sprint, I sent her an email about it.
Nice.
I just have to make sure that I have 10 pages of text without visuals,
Mm.
and I'm pretty sure it's double spaced, so
We'll
that's
see.
like 2,500. Or if it's single spaced, it's 5,000 words. I'm like, with how much I'm just finding for random things and like so direct quotes, and then I have to do like explanations for those things, and then compare them. That's like gonna be a lot. This teacher might be getting more than she asked for, considering I'm writing this in one night.
But also, it shows you're engaged. So if that's what she's going for, then
I also found the
Yeah.
script for Wonder Woman.
Nice.
On
this
accident.
is what a research hole looks like.
Mhm.
Hey.
If I ever break down and actually try to vlog again, sorry, I'm probably gonna wait until I'm having one of those like ultra obsessive moments where I have to research something, because I'm sure the footage will be hilarious. Because me in research mode is nobody's friend.
It just looks like my computer crashing because I have too many browser tabs.
Okay, so for anybody who's seen Spirited Away, I kind of turn into the dude in the boiler room, all like hunched over with like all the arms like reaching for things, looking for things, searching through things. Like, yeah.
In my life, if you can read the tabs, then I don't have enough.
I feel
I
so
mean-
cold out right now. Like, there's so many icons across the top of my browser.
Nothing but
So
icons.
I have this app type thing called One Tab. It's for Google Chrome, and it like takes all your tabs and puts it onto one page, so you don't have like all these tabs crowding up your space. It's like the greatest app ever. But I have like over 1,000 tabs open because it allows me to open so many and keep them open. And
Okay,
it keeps them
but-
on one page. And it organizes them by the date that you open them. So you can like, oh, I opened this on like Tuesday of last month or something. I don't know.
What
And-
kind of processor do you have?
How?
I don't know what kind of processor I have. This is the computer I'm on right now is I've had it since at least 2015, so it's kind of an old computer. And
I'm impressed.
That app is magic.
it is magic. That's why I recommend it every time people bring up how many tabs they keep up, because like they should pay me because I love this app so much. It's called One Tab, and it's for Google Chrome. I don't know if it's for any other browsers, but
BRB, going to find this.
One of
See,
the-
and that wouldn't do for me because I would just add more tabs. Like I'd have so many, I wouldn't know where they were. And at least if I see I have so many tabs, I'm like, I really should watch some of this. I really should
This
do
is-
some of this.
Excuse me, but it explains right there when you look it up why you're not having issues with your processor, because it saves 95% of your space.
Yes. So the hardest choice I've ever made in life was I used to use a plugin called Too Many Tabs that let you actually put all your tabs into category groups, and then it would just like shunt them away into the nevers when you weren't looking at that specific subject, and then like bring them back. So you're basically spinning around through windows, and it was great because I didn't have to worry about having too many tabs open because only that particular thing I was looking on was open at a time. And when they announced that they weren't going to be supporting it anymore, I just sat back going, I know how to program in this language. Is this a thing that I'm going to do? Am I going to take over support for this? No, I'm not. I swore. I solemnly swore I was never going to start coding again. But I need this plugin. Oh, God.
Plugin, that's the word I was looking for. It's not an app, it's plugin.
My life will be incomplete without this plugin. But no, I'm not coding. I'm not coding anymore. That's not a thing that I do. What am I going to do? It was the hardest decision I've ever had to make. And that says a lot given the weird life that I've had. But like, there were nightmares. There were like, I mean, full on like, it was like Kira with the Death Note, like journaling, like trying to work through my feels over whether or not I was going to let this plugin die or like make my own version of it. Like, I chose to let it die because I kept my promise. I swore not to code, not to be a code monkey anymore.
I'm not gonna lie, like at least a third of this stuff is like pinned stuff for like ACX and KDP and all my book stuff, and then the rest of it is like almost all YouTube job shit I need to look at.
I'm okay. Someone knocked and the dog just barks so loud. I'll be right back.
Speaking of pinned tabs, Apple, I know you're not listening, but like you just did the big refresh of the Podcast Connect, and I would like to have access to my account again. May I please have access to my account again? It would be lovely. Like I have a lot of podcasts with you, and I would like to use some of the features that you're offering now. Please let me have access to my account again. Thank you.
Oh God, you're gonna make me go check now because I haven't in the last week.
When I say this, it lets me sign in. It's just said for the last week, we are setting up your account. This may take a couple hours. Come back in a minute.
No.
For over a week now. You've had your hours.
Sounds like me with my book. Like, would you please just release it already? It's been a week. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and
there's nothing bad in it.
And the thing that's upsetting is like, it's possible that with the update, because the podcasts that I have going are on the smaller side, I may have to re-add them to my account, right? Manually re-add them. The buttons to add and subtract are not there. So I can't even like try to claim my podcasts back onto the account. Apple. Like I'm about to start the next season of Project Shadow, and I'm about to launch a new podcast, and I would like to actually create a channel so all of my podcasts could be under one umbrella, like you offer now. Please give me access to my account back. Please.
Yeah, please, I can has.
Please. Like literally, my entire house is built on your products. Like, I give you the monies. Please let me have my account back. Hello, Lisa. How are you doing today? Alrighty. CB coming in with the 355 words. All the snaps. Like, goodness. I forgot to even look at my word count. I got a chapter done. I was like, yes. And like, that's all I needed to know.
I didn't write anything the last sprint. I just answered some comments and then added links to stuff where I forgot, and people were like, hey, you said you were gonna link it. I'm like, my bad.
Diana's Blue Unicorn 1, which is so exciting, but a little bit more exciting, sorry, Diana, is that we have a Carrie.
Hey!
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm here.
Good.
I'm continuing my research. Sorry.
I have so much lidocaine on my leg that I'm numb from about center thigh down to my toes. But I'm able to sit up in a chair today. So.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, I've had arthritis in my legs since I was 16, because don't run upstairs, children. Don't run upstairs. Walk. Hold on to the rail. Don't run upstairs. I damaged both the cartilages in my knees because I was like between classes and running up a flight of stairs, tripped, bounced, hitting my knee on each step with the momentum carrying me forward all the way up. And basically my cartilages dissolved within 3 weeks of that because they were so damaged.
Ouch, ouch,
Yay.
ouch.
So weather and I do not get along at all.
Yeah.
And we've been having storms and bad weather. And so
Is that your new case, Carrie?
Oh,
Oh, nice. You've been waiting for that for a while, so that's exciting.
okay, Carrie, I'm sorry, but I want to see it. Sorry to make you center
Bravo.
stage. Okay, let me know when you're ready. I'm very excited about this. There it is. That is so cool.
It's so cute.
I love
And then it
that.
comes with a keyboard.
Oh, nice.
That's adorable.
That is so cool.
Fantastic.
As somebody who has loved all of their like composition books, because that was back in the days when journals like were almost impossible to find, and when you did find them, they were expensive. I used so many composition books when I was younger. So many. Oh, all the memories.
And I had to like read all the specs to find the one for the model tablet that I have. And
Can
I
imagine.
almost bought the 10-inch one, which would have been too big.
Alrighty.
The house flew by my window. It was big.
I had a hawk chase a smaller bird, and they both impacted the window over there. And the last year, and I'm so glad it did not shatter. Like that. It was kind of like that, except for it was my window and not like my life.
So sorry. My neighbor is doing life, you know? And it's upsetting to my animals.
Oh, tell me about it. I have so much audio recording to do. And between the thunder and every neighbor like playing with all of their new power tools, like my next door neighbor has a freaking wood shop. He has a wood shop. He could just go into his freaking wood shop and it would be fine. No, he's got to be up against the fence on our yard, beside our yard, with his drills and everything. Well, he could be. If you brought that workbench out of your workshop, I saw you do it. Why are you?
Can you like set up a speaker facing their house and just play Careless Whisper on repeat for like ever?
Actually, as a fan of death metal and black metal, I have found that, you know, turning on a little zeal and ardor often gets them to leave you alone. Just saying.
On a total side note, I just spent the last sprint cleaning the ice maker, which my daughter's asked me to do for 2 days. But, you know, hello, 9-10 o'clock last night, I got the call, hey, axle broke, and I'm on the side of the road. So I just cleaned it during the last sprint. And she's like, dude, the ice is clear. Look at that. It looks like a light bulb. The things that make children happy, guys. Just saying.
So Diana coming in with the 290 words. That is awesome.
Nice.
Snaps for you. Hello, Aphrodite. How are you doing? I hope all is well with you. Yep, Xena. I have such a big problem with Lucy Lawless. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, life goals. I'm just saying, life goals.
Hey, guys, I gotta go. I gotta get dinner and try to get ready for leaving at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Alrighty, have
Alright.
the fun and
See you
try not to
later.
have too much of a hangover.
Dude, yeah, no promises. Like I'm gonna say, it's a long trip. If anybody wants to donate and help me pay this $1,500 bill to get the axle, to get my camper, my house back down here to me, I would greatly appreciate it. Otherwise, I will see you all Friday night, Sunday, sometime. I don't know at this point. I'll let you know.
Help fund the craft. That's kofi.com/AmberScraft.
Thank you. Love you guys. Sorry I have to run.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Whether she wants it or not, she's getting a shout out on the new moon ritual. I'm just saying, like, she needs some help. Like, we all need some help. But between her and Tessa, like, too much has been raining down on them. Just, just way too much. You're down to 11 tabs. How'd you do that? Are you a witch? I think that's really witchcraft right there. Like 11 tabs.
I have 16 open on my computer, but let's count a couple more tabs for the ones in my brain, and then the books.
Yeah, I am not counting. I am not counting. CB with 4 tabs? I don't understand. I don't. Maybe it's my ADHD. I don't know, but like I refuse to count. I will not incriminate myself like that on a live stream. That is not
I closed several so that everything would run without my computer overheating and crashing. So I don't count that as like not having tabs, because if I could have them open, I would, you know. But then I also keep a lot of tabs, like links to stuff, direct links in my Google Keep, so I can just bing, bang, boom.
Radio.
That is so exciting, Laura. I'm
Oh,
I just commissioned some art for my stuff, and it feels so good to be able to support other artists, because that means a lot to me. And also it feels really, really good that that's one thing I don't have to do. Like,
Laura, I am so
hey, is the
excited
one
about
that you
these cards.
showed me earlier? Did it have wings?
Yep.
Okay, so that is the one she showed me.
Night,
I-
CB.
Good night, CB. I hope you have all the pleasance of dreams. And that was not an English sentence. I apologize. I'm just, yeah.
We don't have to do this. We only write the words.
Yeah, I only have to, well, actually, no, I have to spec good because I'm dictating. If I don't spec good, the words are really going to be bad.
I recant my previous statement.
Yeah. This is the problem here is, yes, I want to say, yes, that's true. But unfortunately, because of the way my brain is working right now, I go to type and it's just dial tone in there. But I just kind of like put on some like dark wave music and just like drift off and just blah, 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 blah. Oh, wow, look, that's a chapter done. Yay.
Is this like connecting to the dial
Yeah.
tone?
Apparently, like there's a certain vibe that has been getting me through this book. I have tried to fight it. I've tried having other things on in the background or nothing. And no, I just need like, I need some ethereal wave, some cold wave, some dark wave, like some death rock. Death rock really helps. Like death rock helps like way too much in a way that really, really bugs me. But like I just wrote like the last 400 words I wrote was probably because I listened to Spiritual Cramp on repeat, which is a song that I love that I probably shouldn't.
I have a question. Is language allowed on your channel?
Yeah.
Okay. I need music for a happy asshole.
Ooh. See, to me, that's all in any butt rock band or like. So that would be like your Nickelbacks or something like that.
But fantasy.
Oh, but fantasy.
Fantasy.
Okay, so this takes me back to my days at Ren Fairs and Penzigs, and I would say that the kinds of people that pop into my head as the happy assholes would be the people either they'd probably be over in the Celtic Pavilion. They probably would have a baron and not know how to play it. A drum, it's basically a skin over a hoop that's held under the arm and played with a double-ended stick.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've ever seen somebody with a drum like that going da 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 da, it's a skill and a talent. And most of those kinds of people think they have it, but don't. I've got some friends who do, but they don't.
Oh,
She is not letting go.
thanks, buddy.
I feel like this is the moment in time where I have to repeat again. My cats are not allowed in this room because they know what they did.
Was it the chair or was it something else?
It was a lot of other things. Oh, so many other things. They did so many things. They're not allowed in this room. The dog is because she's just sitting on her throne being queen of my world. Hi, sweetie. But yeah, I would expect it would be somebody who either like jams out to somebody playing a baton or thinks that they can play one themselves. Basically drummers, just whatever drumming fits into your setting. There are drummers who actually have talent, and then there's that like really happy asshole who thinks they do and will not let you hear the end of it. And then there's a really good friend of mine who's like amazing.
Kind of like the kid in high school who thought he was like really good and kept like the sticks in his pocket and would play them all the time, but he couldn't keep a beat.
Like I recognize, like, I am not the world's best drummer. I like playing drums. I find it very cathartic to like hit things to rhythm. But I would never call myself a drummer. Yeah, somebody with a lot more confidence. I know those kids so much. Like all my friends do stuff like musically, and you meet them. In modern parlance, though, they're usually bass players. I found that a lot. I don't know why, but bass players very often, like, they're bass players are the new drummers. I don't know why. Lots of confidence, a lot of swagger, and not a lot to show for it. And hashtag not all bass players.
I dated a bass player, and that statement applies in more ways than one.
I don't know what it is about
On
bass.
and off stage.
When you say
Bass
bass,
and
do you mean
drummers.
bass guitar or double bass?
He played both.
Both,
My ex-
yeah.
Oh.
There's something about certain instruments that like attract certain personalities. Like we have a joke, like if tell me what you played in band and I'll know way too much about you.
Oh, me. I play viola.
Oh, honey, you tried so hard. Like you didn't want to be out there because you were shy and you didn't want to be like in front of everyone, but you wanted to be fancy and special. So like you didn't want to risk being second chair or God forbid first chair violin because that's just too much pressure. But viola looks like a violin and most people don't know the difference. So you look special, but you get to be in the background where you can just fade in with the rest of the chorus.
Read about me in
Yeah.
Charlie's next book.
Oh, like I said, I've hung out with way too many musicians over the. I used to play trumpet. Okay,
I
my
used to play
husband
the
was a
violin.
tromboner. Everything you need to know, like right there. Like if you've known the ilk that fit these stereotypes, it's a stereotype for a reason.
How am I
What's the
supposed to
stereotype for
figure
violin
out?
players?
Oh, violin players are either forced into it by their parents to have something good on their transcript, or are so uptight because they have to show that they are the best. And fretless instruments are the way that you do that because they don't have any of the safeties that the rest of you do, like valves, frets, or other markings. So they're either trying to lord their superiority over you, or their parents are forcing them to lord their superiority over you so that they can go to college.
Big facts.
That's accurate.
Tell us
We
about
should
piano
like to-
because I also play that. This is like tarot, but so different. Highly specialized.
It's like astrology, only different. We're gonna go on.
Yeah, we've strayed
Before I
so
alienate
far.
everybody. Before I alienate everyone in the audience.
How far
Oh.
we have strayed from the light.
Also, the name of one of my autobiographies forthcoming. Hi, I'm Charlie. Welcome to How Far I Have Strayed from the Light. Let me tell you about all of my mother's expectations for me. Let us begin. I'm going to stick with the same one. And
Purple.
Orange.
it gets me. It should not make me laugh. It should not make me laugh. Alrighty, so Papa and I are going to remind you to make sure that you're saving your documents, because Satan is the kindest beast and he doesn't want to steal your stuff. He actually wants you to clean the world and make it a terrible place for everyone else. So make sure that you're saving your work. It's the gremlins that are trying to stop you. Don't blame the devil for what's not the devil's due. And don't have idle hands, because it's not the devil's plaything. That's the gremlin's plaything. You'll hit the wrong key and bad things will happen. So either hands on to type or hands off Trust me, I accidentally deleted an entire chapter like that one time.
Oh no.
All right, so make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Whether or not you use a fancy glass, that's up to you, but I like to feel special in my own house. And most importantly, if you've not gotten up and moved around since we got started, please do that. At least do a chair dance in your chair so that you can keep your blood circulating. I don't want anybody to fall over. Let's get started on this sprint in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint.
I can't hear you, Charlie.
Yeah, that's okay. It was a really stupid joke that no one needed to hear, and the microphone knew that. So it muted itself to save you all.
I
my-
feel like I need to hear it.
I just said it was the pink one or the fuchsia one, or I don't know, not the orange one. And then
I
I
didn't
laughed.
need to hear it.
So I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. I got about 100 words or so, but I have an excuse. I got to see the final draft of the Charleader.
Ooh.
I don't have the file yet, but I got to.
I bet if I walked into the other room, I too could see it.
Yeah, I would bet that would be true. But it was, you can't see anything. White phone. But there it is. Ultimate spoiler-free spoiler. Woo!
You can take a screen grab of that picture, and then when you actually get it, post the real picture over the words are hard.
I know what you meant, though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So here's a teaser.
Ooh.
Look at the cutie. Look at the
Yeah.
cutie. Look at the cutie. I'm so excited. I am
Wait.
so excited.
Are you gonna put stickers for that on Redbubble?
There are going to be stickers. There will be stickers. There will be T-shirts. Yes. I'm going to like merch the hell out of it, and I haven't told somebody yet. But if I make once I make my initial investment back, I may be doing a profit share with somebody who may have helped with us because I think it's only fair because they drew the art. But I haven't told her that yet. And I know she can't hear me because Kat has headphones on.
She's also at the other end of the house, so she wouldn't hear you no matter what.
But I feel it's only fair because it's so cute. It's so cute. I'm very happy for many reasons. One, I can't draw cute, and two, it's artwork that I get to use that I didn't have to do, which is like I'm so happy, so happy. So I got distracted by that, and I may have just like stared at that for a while.
It is.
Now I have a rewrite of the song Cheerleader stuck in my head.
What is it? There's a wonderful mashup. I believe it's called "Bad Things Will Be Done by the Devil." Which, if you've not heard, it's amazing. And the moment I saw it, like I had it start going through my head. I'm going to look this up now. It's bothering me. Anyway, how did the rest of y'all do?
I entered all of the sources that I currently have into Citation Machine so that I can have them all properly organized and everything for me. And then I went on the hunt for the stuff because I thought Huntic, it used to be on Netflix. It's no longer on Netflix.
Oh no.
So I had to go find it. And that, thankfully, YouTube is my friend. I am also currently hunting for one of the episodes of Xena, Warrior Princess, where they have Amazons in it. But that one I'd have to pay for on YouTube. So I'm doing that, and I also spent like a hot minute trying to figure out how to get the information for Wonder Woman because I kept getting the wrong information until I went to Wikipedia and I was like, just screw it, I'm going to type the information from Wikipedia into this thing. That's what's happening.
Isn't Xena on Amazon Prime? I know it was for a little bit. I don't know if it still is or not because they're not very good at letting you know when things are on or off.
No, I don't think it is because I think that was one of the sites I was looking at.
Because I rewatched part of it when it was on Prime a while back, but I don't.
Yeah, it's not on Prime. It's $1. It's the same cost on Amazon as it is on YouTube.
So to deal with my own internal things, the song's called Bad Things Will Roll with the Devil. It's by Titus Jones. There should be a video on the YouTubes if you want to watch it. It's good. I will give you the warning. It was a Halloween video that he released, that Titus released. So it has horror movie imagery throughout it. So people who do not want to see blood and gore, maybe just listen to the song and don't watch the video. But it actually starts with a like trigger warning of like, this is like a fun dance song that's got some like slightly gory images in it. So, you know, you've been warned. I know that some people are really sensitive to stuff like that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
But it's a really fun song that basically plays around with a lot of like Lady Gaga and other tracks with the theme song to True Blood. So
I love that song.
if you've wanted a dance mix of that, oh, and Bodies is in there at one point. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Like it's fun. It's just a fun mix. It is just a fun mix, and I highly recommend it. So, what did the rest of you do?
Well, I was working on my outline. I got to the point where my main character is going through scrapbooks and photographs from her grandfather to see if she can find any to spark some memories from her grandmother. So I'm trying to come up with things that could happen in scrapbooks, which the chat has been very helpful with. Thank you very much, chat. You have saved my butt.
I wish I had gotten at least one of my grandmother's scrapbooks, because she not only like copied out like cut out recipes and news articles and stuff, but she like wrote all around them of like what she was doing or what she felt about the thing, or like, so it's not only like these things in there, but like why they're in there. Like, so for some of the things that felt like random, like why is this in there, it's like, oh, this was a friend of the family, or da 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 da, like all the, like, it's a wonderful thing. And
My grandfather was in construction. He did a lot of demolition, and if he tore down a major building, then it made the papers. My grandma saved the paper.
Oh, nice.
That's so cool.
There's a picture of my grandfather sitting on the. I think it was on the front page of the Plain Dealer. I don't remember which. That's like our major paper here in Cleveland. I don't remember what building was torn down, but he's sitting on a pile of rubble with a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other.
I love it.
That's great.
That's metal. I'm just saying. He may not have appreciated me describing it that way, but that's metal AF. Yeah, I actually have some of my great grandfather's diaries, which are not diaries in like the here's what I did. They're more like his registers where he like wrote down stuff in them. And the one that I pull out every time I feel like I am underappreciated in my life, it's the summary for I think 1921, and he wrote in 2 chickens, 3 pumpkin pies, and 5 loaves of bread. Very good year. That was his salary that year. And I just sit back and go, at least nobody's giving me 2 freaking live chickens to make it through the year. Like I can imagine how that would be great out on the farm, but if I worked all year as hard as that man worked for 2 chickens, you gave him 2 chickens. Okay.
Were they laying chickens?
It doesn't say. It just says 2 chickens. One would assume.
Hopefully.
That would make a difference. A small difference, but a difference.
He was a preacher, and also the closest thing that the county had to a veterinarian. So like my great grandfather was an old school wood witch. Like he had a potion for everything. Like I remember like anything that happened to me, he would like go and like concoct things together, mix it, and either slather it on the part of me that was offending, or put my hand in it. Like he had a potion for everything. He had a potion for snake bites. I mean, that man had a potion for everything. But yeah, he worked hard. Like he took care of everybody's animals. Like he worked hard. Like 2 chickens, man. Like he saved a lot of farms that year. I know. I heard the stories. I understand a hard
Tobacco for
time.
bee stings.
He had something for everything. Like, it was amazing. I remember coming home. We went because we used to live in a trailer behind their house, and we came home one day, and he was sitting on the porch with his hand in a bucket. They're like, Poppy, what's up? Got bit by a copperhead. Do we need to take you to the hospital? I'll be fine. And he's just sitting there, and he had his hand in this. I don't know what was in there. It looked like black tar. It's one of his concoctions. He seriously had a concoction for everything, and like the wound was like completely healed in like 2 days. Like he was fine. Like not like he. Like my dad and I.
Remember my grandfather. I got stung by a bee when I was like 6 or 7, and my grandfather put pipe tobacco on it to draw out the stinger.
My dad and I to this day lament not having cataloged any of his potions. Like he had something for everything. He also had like the most horrific and at the same time badass way of dealing with snakes, because you'd be like walking with him through the cornfields and he would just like reach down and you'd see like a water moccasin or a rattler or a copperhead in his hand, and he would just have it by the tail and he'd crack it like a whip. And the snake's head would fly off in one direction. He'd just throw the body in the other direction and keep walking. Like nothing. Like, okay, Granddad. Okay.
Right?
Serpents beware.
I mean, just like, in one motion, just like down, up, crack. Like when you're like trying to figure out what the hell just happened, you just look up and there's part of the snake and there's the other part of the snake. And just like, okay.
Nightmares.
Oh my.
Sorry.
Side note, on a good note, I found the Wonder Woman TV show because it's on HBO Max, so I don't have to hunt that one down now.
Woo!
I just have
And
to
of course, my favorite Wonder Woman, which is the one from Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, the animated series that they did, where they actually got it right because they put in there the arm wrestling between her and Superman, because canonically, in the DC universe, Wonder Woman is the strongest superhero. Since she was invented, she is the strongest superhero. And they actually have an arm wrestle between the two of them, and she just like slams his arm down. And he's just like, that's not right. He's just like, you want to go again? It's like, that's my Diana Prince.
Yeah.
Needed it so much. I apologize. I don't know what set my queerness up to 1,000 today, but I'm living for it. Anywho, any other updates before I go into chat? Not rushing. Just
I wrote like 3 sentences. I'm trying to figure out the configuration of this keyboard.
oh, that's always like the nightmare time. It
I'm
was
also
so,
like missing keys, like mistyping, and I'm like, should I have gotten the 10-inch tablet because of my fat fingers?
I was so nervous when the hubby got me this laptop because I'm so used to where the keys are on the old one. Like, I was like, if they're like a millimeter off, like my life is ruined. Because I can barely type on the keyboard I've got on the other computer, because I do all my typing on the laptop. So I like literally have to like hunt and peck on the other one because the keys are not in the right place. And I type gibberish. Which,
There's another keyboard I want to get that looks like a typewriter, but I don't have $240 right now.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a pricey keyboard.
So I have my great grandmother's typewriter.
Nice.
Like, it's one of the old school with the big buttons, like high rise, because they had to put the keys on different steps so that they didn't interact with each other. Like, big rolly one. And I'm just like, whenever I have the money, I want to take it somewhere to be fully restored, and also, can you put in like little electrodes so I can actually sit at my desk and type on it, so that it will send impulses to my laptop, to my laptop, and I can actually use
Can
it.
you make this thing Bluetooth?
You, because I know you can, because I know somebody who does that like for a living. So I just need the money because it's not cheap.
That's cool.
I might not be using Xena.
Roy Orbison. Don't even get me started. My mother is a huge Roy Orbison fan, and his voice. Come on! It's like butter. Nice. Grew up listening to him. Yeah, he is. Roy is. The fun thing about the Traveling Wilburys is how many of their songs were covers, and I didn't know that they were covers. And then you hunt down like the original tracks, and you're like, oh, even if I heard these songs back to back, I probably would not have known that they were the same song. Because, well, that's what happens when you put who was that? Roy Orbison. It was Roy Orbison, George Harrison, Tom Petty. Who was the fourth one? There was 4 of them in the Traveling Wilburys. I don't remember who the 4th one was. Yeah. Let's see. And there's the family tree stuff. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know where you said hello, but hello, Jules. How are you doing? I hope all is well. I hope dinner was amazing. That would be really cool. I wish I did stuff like that. Like, I am not a sentimental person, which I'm sure when I'm like old, I will regret having not been a sentimental person. Like, I don't take a lot of pictures. I don't keep a lot of things, you know? But I see stories like that. I'm like, that would be so cool. And then I know I'll never do it. Like, I would love to, but I'm just not that person. Did I skip over, or did nobody tell me how they did this sprint? I did. Oh, wait,
No.
there it is. Here we are.
The Laura Nettles is free. Be warned. The mistress of horror shall soon release the eldritch horrors upon us all. Thank you for listening.
There we are. Diana coming in with the 234 words. Yeah. No longer singing.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Cat made a sound. Are you okay?
I need to figure out where to start.
Is it anything we can help you with?
I just needed it to be. I need to figure out what sources I'm going to put in at the very beginning to be like older, because it's a progression through time. So.
I do not envy you. No, I have seen nothing. I got a weird random email from them the other day that I thought was it launching, but when I clicked it, it just took me to KDP. So I guess they just decided to send me the KDP email again. Like, I guess. But yeah, I have not seen an actual launch date. If anybody has, please let us know.
You know,
Yeah.
someone should make another YouTube channel and have their username be the chat.
Why do I feel suddenly called out by this? Like, I feel like that would be a fun channel to have. I don't know what I might be doing during the next sprint. Not saying. I'm kidding. No new projects, kind of ish, just a little bit. Let's see. I have somewhere a copy of a paper where a cousin of your mother was convicted for manslaughter. My great-grandfather killed 2 of his wives. He got 5 years for one and 2 years of for the other because the judge thought she deserved it, but he still needed to go to jail, according to the court records. I'm glad I don't live in Arkansas. His third wife, who I'm actually related to, took the kids and ran after he scared her one night. And that's why we're all here. Because she was the smart one.
To think, if she hadn't done that, none of your family would exist.
Yeah. Did you get oh no, not crying. No, not crying. It is a good song, but no, we're not going there. We're not going there.
What was I? Oh, I was watching Austin's stream on Saturday, and she was trying to figure out like early 20th century, late 19th century names for characters. So I was texting my dad because I couldn't remember all of my grandparents' siblings. So he told me my grandmother's, and then he's like, I only know a couple of your grandpas off the top of my head because my grandfather was married twice and he had like 15 kids between these two women.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I feel that. And also remember, if you're writing anybody in that time period, they would have had some weird nickname that has nothing to do with their actual name that everybody called them. Doing family tree stuff was so hard because all of my uncles and aunts, I did not know their real names. I thought I knew their real names. I did not know their real names. Clary is not her name. You would think with a name like Clary, that would have been her real name. That is not her real name. And it's nothing that even sounds like Clary. It was something like Bonita or something. It started with a B.
Bonita?
I
Or
don't
Benita?
think that's right. It started with a B, but it was like BON something, but it wasn't Bonita. But I don't even remember because she's Aunt Clary. Again,
When we found this out when we were doing we did an ancestry thing a few years ago, and I'm finding my grandfather in all of these census reports going back to like the turn of the century. But I knew my great grandmother's name, but he was at the further back, and I'm like, who is this Bell woman?
oh yeah,
And my dad's like, oh, he was married twice. And I'm like, okay, like, did she die? Did they get divorced? Like, and he's like, I don't know. My father never said anything about his father because only thing my grandfather would say about his father was he's a womanizing SOB.
I didn't. So growing up, I didn't realize that my great grandfather was not my actual biological great grandfather. I only put it together when I was in upper elementary or early middle school, when I was like, wait a minute. Grandpa's last name is this, but my last name is this, and I got my last name from my dad, and Dad got his from his dad. That means Grandpa would have gotten his name from his dad, but this isn't his name! And I never brought it up until high school when I had to do an ancestry thing, like a really short ancestry thing. And I was like, so, Dad, I found your grandpa's name. My dad he is not mentioned. Ever.
Mm.
He is the father of all of my grandmother's children, but he's not their dad. They had 6 children, and not one of them ever mentioned him.
There's when I was going through doing the family tree, I'm like looking at my grandmother, and I'm finding all these records, and I'm like, who the hell is George? Oh, so between my grandfather and Jake, she had another husband. Didn't know that. Okay. Oh, and who's this Jane? Oh, my grandfather had a previous wife. Oh, didn't know that. Like I just kept finding like hidden spouses everywhere, and I'm just like, Dad? Oh yeah. And then of course he surprised me like and was like telling me about others that I didn't know about because like he showed up one day and is like, "Oh, your grandpa died today," and I'm like, "Dad, my last grandpa died like 10 years ago. Are you okay?" And he's like, "Oh no, this is your uncle, your grandpa Bob." I don't have a grandpa Bob. Well, you did.
That shouldn't be funny.
I did?
I did. What? I had a what? And I'm just finding out about it because you're asking if I want to go to his funeral. Like, this is not the time to like introduce myself. Like, hi, Grandpa. I hope you're not disappointed in me. By the way, I didn't know you existed. Bye. Like, not the introduction I
Nice
want.
not knowing you.
Yeah. Like, okay, that's fine. I was like, okay. We can do that. Your great grandfather was married to one lady, fathered quite a few children. She died Yeah, see, I expected a story much more like that, and no, like apparently, always knew that my grandpa Dorset always said the best thing that like the one promise that I will be able to say that I have kept to all of my to any of my grandparents is I promised when I was 5 years old to my grandpa Dorset that I would never marry a woman and ruin her life. Achievement unlocked. Did that. We're fine. We're good. Not even in danger of that happening. So,
You said, and I raised you.
I love that promise was to ruin her life.
oh yeah. And I never quite understood that until like I was talking to grandma one day and she's just like, yeah, he was quite bitter about the divorce. I was like, oh, was it bad? He was like, yeah, he never forgave himself for upsetting me as much as he did. And I'm just like, wait, what? Like,
Oh,
yeah, like he basically was like, Dorsets are bad for women. Avoid them. I'm talking to my brother, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I got the whole story. I got the whole spiel. Do you want to hear it?" And like, he like told me like, apparently when he found out that my brother was about to get married, he tried to intervene, and my missionary Baptist grandfather was like, "Just have the kid out of wedlock. It'll be better for all of you, because we are bad for women." Like, do not ruin that woman's life. You shouldn't have even dated her. You've already caused enough problems. Don't cause any more. Like,
But that's
don't cause any more problems for this woman. Okay, just don't.
we are bad for the female kind. That's all I know from him. And like, yeah,
that is a strange kind of wholesome.
isn't it though? It's like,
Grandpa, do you need a hug? I mean, you did, but do you need a hug?
like my grandpa Dorset was an interesting individual on a lot of levels. But that's one thing that I can say is I at least kept that. Like, I broke a lot of promises to a lot of my grandparents, but that one, we're good. 100% good, unless Brian's got a secret that I just don't know about. Apparently, one of your great uncles was a professional riverboat gambler. That's awesome. That's a novel right there. All right.
But I also compare it to the Amazons in Justice League as well, or no, because they're technically the same Amazons that are in Wonder Woman, but at the same time they're portrayed slightly differently due to the directors.
I would just stay with Patty Jenkins because
okay,
you really don't want to go into the darkness that is Zack Snyder. Just like be like the rest of us and pretend he doesn't exist.
So in my notes for the order in which I'm doing this, I literally have it: Ancient World Amazon Portrayal, Boccaccio Amazons, Midsummer Night's Dream, Wonder Woman TV show, Wonder Woman movie, Patty is boss.
Oh, I love that. Alrighty. Let's do another sprint and see if I can make words magically here. I want to stick with the same one Megan does.
Purple.
Orange.
The one that's not orange.
There's a lot that are not orange. Which one specifically?
I don't know where it's going to happen in this book, and people are going to have to read it to find out, but it's something at some point will be described as a color that is not orange, just for y'all. No one will get it. It will be the most inside of inside jokes. No one will understand, and I probably will not explain it because I like being that person. But
This
I might
was a
have
video review of the book to like, and then if you don't know this inside joke, on this page of this location, there's this sentence, and here's the reason why.
I
Close
might.
the book.
You
I
had to
don't
be
know exactly
there.
at what point in the book this is going to happen, but I'm pretty sure something will have to be described as that color other than orange. That color that is not orange.
Someone has to ask, so what color is it? It's not orange.
Doesn't matter. Not orange.
Y'all, I already feel bad enough that I made a careless whisper joke involving a ghost in this book that really probably makes absolutely no sense, but I'm going to fight for it.
Fight for it.
I'm going to fight for it. Unless all the beta readers are just like, oh, no. Like maybe, but oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
If you want a guaranteed yes vote, have me beta read for you.
If you want a beta read, I will gladly send you a copy of this glorious trash that I am writing because I'm loving it so much. It's so like filled with emotion and like like it's a CW show with furries.
That is the only thing that turns me
Yeah.
off with this book. But I'm still gonna read it.
Alrighty, let's get started on this sprint. Make sure that you are saving your documents. Make sure that you are hydrating. If you haven't gotten up and moved around, maybe do that. It's good for you. We're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint!
orange really isn't doing it for me tonight.
Neither is purple.
It's what, the second or third time the blues won?
Yeah.
They must really like the blue.
Blue
Refresh the page. See if somebody else wins.
I can do that. So I am almost a quarter of the way through this chapter, which makes me very happy. I just had to write something that hopefully isn't too info dumpy because I've been trying to like seed things through, but like something just entered the room that hopefully people like picked up on, but you can never, I need to reiterate a couple things to make sure people have the proper reaction of, oh, they're all dead now. Okay. Which is how all the characters feel, and the audience needs to feel it too. So hopefully I did that in a way that's not too obnoxious. Only time will tell. How did the rest of you all do?
I did pretty good. I got 206 words and I ordered some dinner.
Nice.
And it's Italian. I'm really excited about that because I've been craving pasta for like ages.
Ooh.
I also need 600 words tonight to get back on track so I don't have to write obscene numbers tomorrow and the day after. So that would be really great.
I know the feeling. I've been intentionally trying to avoid looking at like word trackers to see like how far behind I am. I will say it currently is at the rate you're currently going, you'll be done on May 6th.
That's not too bad.
So
It's really. I mean, because also I will say, like at the beginning of the day, I look at it and I'm like, ooh, and then you actually write, and it's like, Nano, stop being so dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm also dramatic, but you stop. I got this.
yeah, according to it, I need to do 1443 today. So
According- I started writing my paper. I have 622 words into it, and then I just put that into for the words to see how much I've actually done all day. And I've today written 3,575 words. Because I did
That's awesome.
this paper. Actually, no, I've done more than that because I didn't copy in one of my papers that I did today earlier. So I'm closer to 5,000 words today, probably.
She didn't realize it was going to be a 10K day, but then
School.
You know, though, when I started school versus like high school versus being like actually having written a book and then starting college and taking comp 1 and 2, and they're like, I need 1,500 words, and everyone was like, ah! And I'm like, you want
That's
that
only 1,500 words.
tomorrow? And they're like, I need that in 2 weeks. And I'm like, in 2 weeks? It makes a huge difference for like writers versus non-writers in class environments. You're just like,
It also helps
we
that I've
bullshit.
done mostly dictation today, but that's also in part so that, one, I do know it goes faster this way, and I am just able to just think it and say it, whereas if I'm typing it, it's going to take me a lot longer.
Oh yeah.
So I think I'm actually going to start using dictation a lot more.
I use it all the time.
Well, also, like, my wrist does. I have tendonitis in my wrist. So, like, sometimes my hand swells, and you guys can't see it, but sometimes my hand goes black and blue.
Yeah, maybe let's do the dictation.
And, like, I can't bend my wrist.
Yeah,
It's a great time. We thought I had
Being that
tendonitis of my elbow, and no, it's in my wrist.
Yay.
that also makes it hard to game too, I imagine. Yeah, gotta save the wrist for gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, dictation is life. Like, if you can find a dictation that works for you, just hold on to it and use it, and be very, very sad when they eventually take it away from you. But hopefully somebody will give you something else back. Oh no, I was like addicted to Dragon for years. Like I had like every version of Dragon for I don't know how long, because once you start your training file, you can take it with you from product to product to product, and it just keeps getting better because it already knows who you are. And I loved it. It was amazing. And then I can't remember which version it was, but it was about maybe 6 years ago. They released a version that I uploaded I put in my voice file. I did the thing. I started talking, and it looked like what I probably look like when I try to speak Japanese. And I just went, that's not any of the words I said. Let me try this again. And then it started, like, my personal favorite thing it started doing was moving the cursor to a random place in the document and start adding words, but just a couple words. And then it would like spin the wheel of the document again and find a new place to put the cursor and start putting more words there. And I was just like, oh no, this is not going to work. This is not, no, you're not my friend. So I started using the Dragon Pad, which is its built-in word processor. Cause like, I'll just copy and paste out of here. No, did it there too. It was broken and I couldn't figure out how to fix it. And I was just like, bye. It was very hard. I still have my file. I still have my backup of like all of those years of training because I can't let it go. It's in my Dropbox. I hold on to it in case maybe one day.
That sounds like they gave you trauma.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Because
you should like legally get compensation for that.
Well, see, this was also like one of the last straws, like right before the unscheduled mental health vacation. And it's just like, I'm going to get this thing done and it's going to be fine. And I loaded it up and it's just like, Rah! Like if I did not need another thing to scream about, I really didn't. And they gave me another thing to scream about, which caused the shattering. Like they weren't the direct cause of the shattering, but
the catalyst
we'll put quite a few of the cracks. There were new cracks in there to aid in the shattering that would ensue.
I feel like that's when you just wrote like a chapter that you're struggling to write, and then you accidentally delete the chapter, and then you're like, you know what, I thank you and good night.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never done that. This is never. Yeah. Yeah.
Pain.
Or like that time when you were working on a web app because you're stupid and you didn't know that it didn't autosave, and you accidentally, instead of hitting control copy, you hit control refresh.
No.
And you're like, why is my page suddenly blank?
No.
There's no undo for that.
Oh.
That's why I stopped using Evernote. Because I did that and it deleted everything, and then I looked everywhere for an undo button before it auto-saved, and they were like, oh, yeah, you have to have a paid membership, and then they can go into the back end and retrieve your stuff. And I was like, screw you, Evernote. I will literally never use this again. And I copied all of my documents manually out into Google Keep, and I have not looked back.
I've never been happier to have a Dropbox account, because when I was moving stuff around, I renamed a folder and something glitched in the matrix, and every story file, regardless of app it was originally made in, became a blank 0K file.
What? How? What?
Like there was a glitch in the matrix. I changed the name of a folder, and it basically went, well, to hell with all your files. I just like screwed everything up.
Terrible.
And luckily, I have a paid Dropbox subscription that all of that was in, and I was able to go back and click the rewind this, and went back and found all of, because I didn't realize it happened. All I did was rename like one folder in my art folder. And then I came back like a couple weeks later to get something out of there, and everything was everything.
Oh,
like
wow.
all the pictures I had done, all of the artwork, all of the writing,
No.
everything was gone. And back up
cry.
your work, people.
Real tears.
Back up your work. This is why I'm like zealous about that.
I would have to call my therapist and schedule an additional appointment.
I don't think there's enough
That would
therapists in the
not be
world.
okay.
I would, on my last laptop, I had ransomware.
Mm.
Yeah. So I just wiped my hard drive. I lost pictures. I lost stories.
Oh man.
I had some old pictures saved on Facebook, but
Mm. In much darker news, I put in the link for the video I was talking about in the chat for anybody who wants to see it.
I did see it. You should see it. If you don't mind the horror piece that Charlie talked about before.
It's a great video. Pantos T made the video. Titus Jones made the song. If you're not subscribed to either of these people and you like messed up music, you should be subscribed to both of these people. I've often wanted to have enough money sitting along because Titus makes their living making like cheerleader mixes, so, mashups for like cheer competitions and stuff. So you can actually pay him. Here is this much money. Please make these 3 songs into one song. And it's not that expensive, but I just haven't had the money in my, back pocket to do that. But I'm a big fan, and one day, like, I know the songs. Like, please make a song, make this come into being. I need it. But yeah, so good. One warning though, many of Titus's songs can get a little dirty. So if you go to their website and download archives that they have up there for samples so that you know what their quality is like, some of the songs can be very, very dirty.
Thank you.
Well, some people like me don't mind and kind of enjoy that, and other people are like, this is why they hate us. So
I don't remember who told me the story, but some like softball mom or soccer mom or something was supposed to make a playlist for the practice and didn't know that the E stood for explicit. They thought it stood for edited.
like, I'm not saying I'm up with all of the slang of the youths, because I'm sorry, Zoomers make it up too quickly, like way too quickly. Like by the time you know a word exists, it's already like out of fashion. And they've got like 6 new ones since then. Because wow, I've never seen slang like come into being and die as quickly as it does with like the Zoomers. Like, y'all are amazing, but like, look stuff up. There's a thing called the internet. If there's a thing that you don't know what it is, err on the side of caution and just maybe Google that. Maybe.
Meh. I like to live dangerously.
Or just be like a friend of mine who thought that the Nine Inch Nails song Down In It had the chorus of I'm Lorena Bobbitt, because he was special. Sometimes ignorance is bliss for everyone around you but you. Know when people are laughing at and when people are laughing with you.
That always takes me back to the TikTok about WAP, where the lady's like, it's about cats in the rain, isn't it?
Sure, if that's what you want it to be about. It's as a friend of mine once told me, WAP is a magical thing. It can be whatever you want it to be, except for one thing, and I'm not even going to explain it to you if you don't know what that is. So,
I think this is supposed to be double spaced, but it doesn't state that.
ooh, I hate that.
Do they have anything about
Because
it in the
it's
syllabus?
because it specifically says be sure to indent and single space quotations. Like, it specifically says quotations of more than 3 lines are on the page. So that makes me feel like it should be double spaced everywhere else.
I'll check the syllabus.
I don't see why they would be insisting on single spacing quotes if
Like
everything
the
wasn't-
longer quotes.
if that wasn't just the default. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, for this, I don't know if this is still the same, but it used to be for quotes of more than 3 lines, there's a special that's like in the citation that formatting is actually specific to part of the citation.
Yeah, so yeah, that's why she said it puts single spaced for the 3 or more line quotation.
So I would check the syllabus, but if it doesn't say, then I would just go with the standard.
Because
double
this
space.
is the assignment sheet essentially, and it doesn't say double spaced or not, but I'm assuming it should be double spaced because that's how we do all of our other.
If that's how you do everything else, then I would default.
I'm
to
pretty
that.
sure.
Okay, so Laura is
That's a
looking.
big difference of 10 pages. Like double or not.
I don't know.
I'm at one
Or you
page
could just be
now.
the reason that in the syllabus next year they say, here's a specific word count. Do not go over it. Always use double.
Oh no! She wants a minimum of 10 pages. You can go beyond that, but it has to be
okay.
at least 10 pages.
You're
Oh, that's a
good.
huge difference, double spaced or single spaced.
I know! Because it's 2,500 words if it's double spaced,
Yeah.
but it's 5,000 if it's single spaced.
Yep. That's a big difference. Sounds like an email moment.
Except it's
So-
due tomorrow at 8 a.m. technically.
Oh, yeah,
And I've already emailed her once tonight. And I don't want to email her again.
that's true.
I think you're on the right track, though.
I think you're on the right track. And if you're not, just blame me. Everybody else does.
She doesn't know you.
Just tell her I'm the one who ruins everything. I make the bad weather. My mother and my dog believe this. Why not the rest of the world?
Theme to Phantom of the Opera starts playing in the background.
If only I was that cool. All right. So Laura is looking for more Christmas holiday foods to do terrible, terrible things to. And I saw that Jules mentioned fruitcakes. I just have to say, my grandmother's fruitcake could be used for arson. I'm just saying, like, you put a candle in that, throw it at a wall. I'm pretty sure that's a Molotov cocktail waiting to go off. Okay? Like, it might blow up in your hands before it leaves them. The fumes. The fumes are palatable.
Was it fruitcake or black cake? 'Cause that sounds like black cake.
Oh, she always called it rum cake, but it was
Okay, so
basically
it's more like black cake then.
yeah. So it was a she soaked it in. I think by the time she was done, it took her like 2 months to make this cake because every day she fed it rum, every day, every day.
Was it
She-
black when it was done?
Oh yeah,
Okay, that's black. Okay.
every day she
We'd
fed it
love
rum.
to see it.
Every day she fed it rum to the point where when it finally came out of the tin, oh, everybody was already drunk. You did not even have to eat it. Just cake, anyone? Thanks, Grandma. Let's have some. Like, it was a party, and I'm pretty sure it may be a war crime in some countries to set that cake on fire and throw it at something. It may count as like white phosphorus or something because it was kind of a sticky cake. So
So that's what in the Caribbean, well, in Barbados anyway, that's what they use as like a wedding cake.
it was so good.
Because they didn't have fridges, but that rum will keep it fresh.
But all of the fruit and sugar and stuff that was in it, did not have any alcohol bite. Like, it was so sweet and rich and yummy and delicious, and I loved it. Like, there are many things that I miss my grandmother cooking, but Grandma Nixon's, she called it a rum cake, and I'm pretty sure she found a way to just distill rum into cake form. I'm not I've watched her make it. Like, I know there are other ingredients in there, but I'm kind of convinced it's kind of like fossilization, but with alcohol. Like, you keep adding it in, and slowly the parts of it that are cake are replaced by the parts of it that are alcohol.
That's accurate.
We used to my grandmother always made pastels for the holidays, and her recipe called for I think 1 or 2 shots of bourbon, but she would do one for everybody in the household, including the pets.
That's what you call holiday cheer.
If that was made for my family, I think we'd all be dead of alcohol poisoning.
Usually it would be like one for me, one for the grandkids, one for
It'd be
one
more
for
of a
the dog, one for.
that whole bottle. We need another one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, Grandma, why don't you just put a whole pint in there?
One
In
for
a
the
ra-
people I forgot.
And I'm sure that they do this in other places too, but this is the only place I've ever lived where this is a big thing. Like families have, it's like a death sport around here. Whose family makes the best one? We make rum balls, which are basically a chocolate confection with a bourbon cream on the inside. They're little bourbon balls. They're amazing. They're delicious. You will see the Lord at his birth if you eat them. I'm telling you, like, the drunkenness is real. Like, have one, maybe half. Do not eat a box of these things. Death will ensue. They are amazing. Everybody has their own. Like, it's literally a death sport.
Then there was like 1 year my dad wanted to make a drink called apple pie.
I've had it.
And he used the 95% proof Everclear that my sister's friend had to get in Kentucky because you couldn't buy it in Ohio at the time. But he lived in Cincinnati, so he just went across the state border. So apparently there's this giant, like, Walmart-sized liquor store in Kentucky.
Liquor barn.
Nay.
Don't ask me how I know that.
My dad, he's like, do you want me to get stuff from the store or the dude down the street? Like,
If I had a penny for every party that I started off in Baltimore and ended up in Cincinnati, I would be living in a better place right now.
I'm gonna have
It's a weird pipeline, but it happens.
Yes.
but yeah, you had to sip this stuff from a shot glass because it was so strong.
My inside.
And now they sell Everclear that strong in Ohio, but you have to sign a waiver saying that you're not going to use it for human consumption.
My stepmom
And
uses
everybody's like,
Everclear to
"Yeah,
make
sure."
what does she use it to make? She puts it with
Laura's
like other
killing
things in
right?
it. Yeah.
I'm just saying, Laura, I laugh. If you want to put a good laugh in here, change the period before mayo into a dash. The unholy additions, mayo, paprika. Like, I laughed because I thought they were the unholy additions. And like, yes, mayo is a dark art. I've witnessed my husband make it on numerous occasions. Girl. Three lines. Yeah,
I've already decided that everyone who is worthy of receiving a card from me is going to be getting a card from the Laura Nettles collection for Christmas. Here.
I have not sent Christmas cards in so long.
The gremlin that lives at the other end of the house that hides.
Whoa!
Oops.
Everything okay there?
Yep, we're good.
The devil just
Boots here.
what was that?
The fact that happened when I said the gremlin that lives at the other end of the house. He looked at hi, by the way.
Hi.
She can't hear you. I made it. She can't hear you.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, so
That
you
woke me up.
Maker's Mark bourbon balls. Yeah, like I said, around here it's a weird competitive thing. Like it's one of those things. Every family has their recipe. It's weird. Like I don't make the family recipe because I am not getting involved in all that crap. Like I'm sorry. Like somebody else can do it.
Everyone in my second cousin fights over mac and cheese.
Ooh.
I say my second cousin because I have a family reunion where we go. There's a lot of us.
I don't even want to talk about.
There's like 4 different types of mac and cheese minimum.
Oh, family
And then-
reunions.
Or the potato salads. Oh God. My dad got a nasty look one year because my stepmom did not make potato salad. Mind you, the first year my stepmom came to the family reunion and she made potato salad. They're like, "Are you sure?" Because my mom had previously made some really nasty potato salad.
Oh no.
And so they no longer trusted my father's spouses.
Yeah, we've
But
got
then-
a handful of
but then they had my-
diabetics with no shortage of desserts.
But then they had my stepmom's potato salad and delicious. They get sad when it's not there.
So I'm back. My food arrived safely. And the
Okay.
reason that you saw that whole that's because the cat was on the table on his special sitting keyboard. And he launched himself off the table so hard that it scooted the whole entire table
The whole thing.
3 inches backwards.
Oh my.
Also, Diana, I live north of Cincinnati too, 4 hours north in Cleveland. But yeah,
Oh my. Alrighty. Since I have dawdled through here, I was gonna do one more sprint, but Laura is about to start the stream over on her channel, so let me pop a link in to that so y'all can head over there and join her. This has been amazing. This has been wonderful. I'm glad to have gotten some words done. I hope you like the new lines. I'm going to be playing with them. They make all kinds of colors and
It's
stuff.
be pretty. I like it. Especially with the purple. It gives my heart life because
Oddly enough, these look like my 2 brand colors, like on camera, not in real life. Like I said, I turn around and it's green, and it's really hurting my brain because that's green behind me. It's not green in the camera. My camera does things. It's freaking me out. I'm not going to know what any color is by the time I've been streaming for 2 years. Anywho, does anybody have any outros that they would like to outro before we go? Okay, Cat hidden a book.
Nope.
Megan just got
Sorry.
noped out. I think. Okay,
Oh, it's me?
Then it's you.
It's me. Hi, my name's Chandra. I make videos about reading, writing, and books. I have a channel. You can find me on it sometimes, where I do stuff. Sometimes I do pop-up streams. I also have a podcast called Cult Evaded. You can find a link to that somewhere on my channel because links are, clickable. So click them. Also, like this stream and this video because Charlie is fantastic and I can't figure out directions and I don't know why I still try. I'm wrapping up my Camp Nano project, and Oh, I'm thinking about doing a pop-up stream on Sunday because I know everyone's going to be with a writing hangover from camp. So if you would enjoy something like that where we do absolutely nothing productive, let me know. That's all.
We shall see. All right, I do way too many things. I am very excited because I have pictures on my phone that need some review because yay! I'm so excited about all of this. All right, I am working on my 5.5 book series that will be coming out at least initially through Kindle Vella, depending on how much I like it, whether or not it stays there. Falls in your court, and that's Kindle's court, not y'all, because y'all are overly supportive, and I love it. Amazon and I have a relationship.
History.
Yeah. All right. I am going to be doing this again on Friday, and I'm very excited about that. I have also, because I got curious and looked it up and decided to go ahead and schedule it, have scheduled my 1 year on AuthorTube stream and my 1 year streaming anniversary stream because I was curious what the days were, and now that they're up, and I kind of would like to do something special, but I don't know what. I'm really, really bad at it. Help me, brain of the internet. Give me ideas for things that we can do because I wanted to do something special for the birthday stream, and it was just basically a regular stream, but I made my poor husband have to sit in on it. So he had no idea what he was doing. So
I need to figure out what I'm going to do for my graduation one.
yeah,
Once I have my actual grades and know if I actually graduated.
you're going to take notes. We're going to teach you how to sashay like the queen that you are, and you're just going to have the cap and gown on, going back and forth like, hi.
My stole arrived from Trio Student Support Services, so Trio SSS. So now I have all of the stuff for me to walk in. Like it arrived, and then like I put it on,
My
and then I
mom-
started crying.
Oh,
My mom was teaching the little one how to do the Miss America wave.
Alrighty, thank you all for being here. It does mean ever so much to me. As I end everything, remember we live in a nightmare hellscape that is not going to get any better if we don't keep putting our voice out there and saying stuff. I don't know if you saw it yet, but 3 of the 3 men that were responsible for Ahmaud Arbery's murder are going to be charged with hate crimes on the federal level because the local police did nothing to them. It's not like everything, but hey, it's something, and something is at least a step in the right direction. Not to mention some of the other charges that have started coming out. Hopefully we can move in the right direction, but none of that's going to happen if we don't keep speaking up. So remember, y'all, only we can unite to stop Asian hate, to remind the world that Black Lives Matter, that trans lives matter, and that trans identities are magic, y'all. And until next time, may you have the courage to ride your dreams into reality. And don't forget to have the fun. Bye.
bye.